Good evening. You say hi, Alf. Don't sit next to me. All right. Howdy. We are doing naming. We got to come up with names for lots of things. I just thought of another thing. I'm just adding tabs to this spreadsheet like crazy for names. We just got to come up with them. And what was the other one? Items. Because when we start generating stuff, I don't want to go, well, this is NPC 722. I want to know where we're in. But so yeah. So part of phase 3 is namings of things. So our bestiary, NPCs, regions, settlement names, skills, items. I don't have to come up with every single one of them, but I at least got to have a pattern of how I name things. So even if I have placeholders in there for, let's say we have for items for weapons, we've got your basic stuff, so dagger and sword and bow, and then staff and getting more technology based stuff, lightsabers. And I want to call a lightsaber because that's kind of Star Warsy. Uh, uh, or more mechanical things, chainsaw or whatever we come up with, right? Wherever we're going with it, from basic stuff to more complex stuff. I got to know what we have. NPCs and regions and settlements, those are a little more open ended. Like they don't have to be terribly unique, but I want to make them a little bit unique. I want to have some unique pattern to what they are. I don't want to just name it after cities in the world. That's weird. Um, but bestiary is one of those things where uh, I want to have something that's familiar to people, but the name to be just enough different that it's fits our world. So I don't have anything in these other tabs yet. These are all just empty. I have my naming ideas that we kind of talked about on Friday before the launch, but things I can do to make existing names unique. Um, how to just take a basic thing and change prefixes and suffixes, or replace certain parts of words with other parts of words just to make it sound different, or whatever it is. Like those guys there. Um, so that way I can take things that are known. So these are what I did. This is I pulled the list of all the mob types from Asheron's Call, EverQuest, WoW, Final Fantasy 14, Eve Online. Even though they don't have many, but it kind of put a little bit of like their fly. They're more space related things, like in space, not on planet, but they could be usable. Anarchy Online, since it's more sci-fi, it is not more, it is sci-fi, so we'll get some more of that side of things in there. Um, what else did I pull? There was something else. A couple other ones that I pulled too. Um, I pulled those lists of what they were, and some of them had extra information. So and different variants. Like these are the main things. It's not all like when you go in WoW, for example, and you see a troll. It's not. They're all just called troll. They have different variants, right? So, um, or you go into, if we come down more to the sci-fi stuff, different alien. These are kind of lame, but that's what they are in different uh, games. So, but we'll come up with names based off of these names that are unique to us, so that we can not just copy the same old, same old. I don't really want that. But anyway, I took all those lists and all the details from those lists. I pulled them from various wikis and uh, databases that were out there, and people had posted all kinds of crap. But I gave them to Claude and said, "Hey, take all this data and put it in a spread, like deduplicate it, put it in a spreadsheet with as much information that you can based off of this information." Um, and spit it out. So I had it spit out a CSV, but I made it into a spreadsheet so I can use it easier. Um, and it kind of kept track of where it got things from. Was it D&D? I think that's I think I put Dungeons and Dragons Online, and Lord of the Rings might have been in there too. But kind of what category they were in, so we can whatchamacallit, just have an idea of what it is. Same thing with all these other columns here. They might help us name them something specific, right? Like their size, and are they civilized? Can they speak? What their intelligence level is? What their combat role is? What environment they appear in? All that kind of stuff. So it'll help us kind of name things based off of the different characteristics. That's some of the naming ideas here, is based off of their appearance or their anatomy or what they do or whatever that is. You can change. You can make a name for kind of fit into the name somehow. So, Alf, you farted. My goodness, dog. That's why you sat up. You feel better? I think you should stay right here. Yeah, just stay right here. You need to sit in your own filth. Yes, you do. You can't go anywhere. I'm holding you here. I'm going to torture you to smell your own fart. But yeah, so that's where I started this a little bit over the weekend. Didn't get too terribly far, but I wanted to get the data collected. That was the hardest part, actually, was finding this data. The rest of these things we'll come up with, but the bestiary is something that's harder. So I just wanted to get a whole bunch of ideas. There's like 160 things here. Yeah, 160 and 159 with the column header. We just wanted to get a whole bunch of things. We will probably add and delete things from the list, like duplicate stuff or things that is just not going to fit, or that's just way too out there. But I basically want things to be named as if we were the original inhabitants of a different planet, not Earth, where English isn't necessarily maybe English evolved into a form of English, but then the words were different. Like they just used slightly different variations of the known words, or just didn't have a word for it, so they named it after what it was. Like a human name, not that we're uses, but Landwalker, right? That's a name you've heard in different movies and shows and stuff. That could be Landwalker, not a human. Now, granted, the idea is that we are humans, so there probably won't be any humans. But we could have a variation of a human, like a human with 3 arms, right? Or some mutation. That's the other thing with all this, is they could be a mutated version of all of these because they're on a different planet. So it's interesting, like when you take stuff from certain games, they were very generic, like all these folks and then all of the elementals. And then even just the aliens, the type of aliens, they're very generic. They're not very specific. So I want to make them less generic, but understandable. I don't want it to be some weird, crazy ass name that nobody. Well, I don't know what the crap that is. There'll probably be some of those, maybe some unique stuff we come up with, but I don't want it to be too out there. If it's too out there, then it's just hard to relate to and understand. And old people brains like mine don't want to have to think so hard about, well, it was a gajigabobo. That's the thing I just killed. Well, what's that? I couldn't tell you. So, Alf, you gotta stay here. You're rude. You and your farts. Yeah, you. So, that's going to be today. God, he did another one off running and went away. My goodness, dog. I'm not 100% sure about what we'll do tomorrow and Thursday. I may not stream tomorrow, but Thursday possibly, or vice versa. I don't know. Lots of stuff going on outside of this, unfortunately. So just trying to balance everything. So, all right. So, how do we name this stuff? So, step one is, and this is why we've got all these extra columns here to kind of give us a little more information about it, is to think about, do we name it by something about its appearance or anatomy, versus its actual English name? That's kind of, these two are kind of tied together. Let's see if there's any other ones that, yeah, no. These two are kind of tied together. So that's more appearance. We'll do that. And then let me reorder these a little bit. Let's put this guy down here. Delete. This one's actually kind of about appearances as well. But what was I doing? Sorry, I got something up on the other screen. I was just eyeballing over. So these ones are more, how do you slightly change the name to make it mythical, or make it not mythical, make it unique? So adding prefixes and suffixes, changing letters in there, adding numbers. The numbers I'm probably not going to do a lot of when it comes to more natural beings or organic beings, but possibly when it comes to more mechanical type stuff, that could fall into place there. It also fall into place for like items and gathering and stuff like that, stuff that you find around the world. That would be a thing. So this is like English based things. And then these are just make it totally different. I guess this one is sort of in name with this for renaming. Is there a mythical or scientific reference? This is more Dragon the Draconis, Fire to Pyra. That's a completely renamed thing, but it's based off of what it is. That might actually fit up here now that I think about it. So, renaming things, changing the words a little bit, and then this is just an oddball. Like, this is if we just don't know, we could just change words, make it something weird. And this is also probably more for objects and nature rather than beasts. But the example that I thought about, like glass trees, or you could come up with just whatever adjective doesn't normally fit with something. Lava drinks. Normally don't drink lava, right? So this is just an oddball one. So I think for creatures, these top ones are going to be more likely. And really, these two, I mean, I guess all those could technically be. And it could be a combination of it too. The problem is, like, if you change it to say a bird becomes a flyer, and then you also change words in there, you go like Lyesh, for example. You change ER to Esh or Ith or Flyeth. Could be Flyeth. I mean, I guess it's not terrible. you could combine the two and then get a very unique name. So stuff like that. That's what we're going for here. This is going to be a very much just thinking out loud, saying different words and seeing how they sound without saying a bad word. I don't want to have any naughty words come out of this. But so yeah, I don't even know how to start other than just kind of start going through it. So a human. Let me think. Can I move this somewhere to have it as reference? Because I can open the spreadsheet twice. They're like split screen in Excel or anything for two tabs at once? I don't know that there is. I don't know if I've ever done anything like that. Custom views. New window. Stack your open windows so you can see all of them at once. Oh, this is just new. Oh, okay. What's that? No. This sounds like what I actually want. Hey, 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 it works. I didn't know that was a thing. Very cool. Perfect. So now we can do this. Have our ideas and the stuff up at the same time so we're not doing scared. And then what we can do here is wrap text. Oh my God. It did not resize those at all. There we go. There we go. Okay. Alf, did you fart again? What did you eat today? Huh? You stink. Trying to gas me out of streaming, I guess. Okay, so human. If an alien were to look at humans and go, what do we call that? And an asshole is not a response. What do we call ourselves? What would we name this weird creature that stands upright on two appendages, has two more appendages that flail around, and a ball on top of a torso? What could we call that? Um, I don't know that we need that, to be fair. I think we are humans crash landing on this planet. So I don't think this one changes. I think we stay human on that. I think everything else will be different. But we are the humans. We're the first humans to ever touch this planet. Everything else will be unique. Let's just make that rule. Make that in the note. This is us as players on the planet for the first time. So there's not going to be an alien name for human. They might come up with one like there when we start writing dialogue and stuff for NPCs that aren't humans. They might have weird names for us. It's assuming we talk to aliens. The lore isn't written yet. We may never see another intelligent creature. It may all be unintelligent, or it's all predators that had killed off all the intelligent creatures. I don't know. Maybe the life form that was the human equivalent on this planet was not at the top of the food chain. I mean, we're technically not at the top of the food chain. Kind of. There's a few things that could kill us. Dinosaurs would have. They just had their own demise. So I guess another question is, what do we even have in the game? And do we need to rule any of these just right out? Um, uh, I feel like these are just lame. Because do we have bird, fish, cat, rat, frog, snake, lizard? Bird, fish. I don't actually see cat in here. Well, feline. It's good enough. I think we just take those out. Because I mean, these are the humanoid versions of it. And I don't know that I think from a human perspective, we need to be limiting what we have. I think there's more alien related stuff. So when we get down to these things, this is what we will encounter more than and machines, synthetic stuff, than we would humanoids of this sort. Just all of this stuff in general. Like this is very much fantasy, which is all fine and dandy, but and maybe there's some. I'm trying to think if maybe there's a couple of these that might go in there, but I don't know how much fantasy in that respect we need. It may be just more beasts and monsters and undead. Like I can definitely see there being ghosts and wraiths. Hell, vampires. Why not? Um, Although vampires, if humans didn't exist on this planet yet, vampires don't make sense to be there because whose blood are they going to suck? So that one probably doesn't need to be there. Elementals for sure. Plant based things, yes. Constructs, robots, demons. Hmm. Don't know that we really need. Maybe there'll be some. Maybe those are more rare creatures. I don't want. Hmm, I don't want to blur what's in this game too much. I want to like all this stuff makes sense. All this cosmic stuff and the alien stuff and the synthetic stuff. It makes sense to be on this planet. Robot related stuff, sure. Constructs, so golems and sentinels and colossuses, yeah. Plant based things. It is an Earth like planet, so there will be plant based creatures, elemental based creatures. I mean, they're really lame. This is just every element you can get, and we'll have to come up with things for that. I'm thinking bigger picture of skills and weaponry, right? Where do we actually start? Do we really want to go back to, I mean, I think starting off with primitive weapons makes sense. I mean, you just see that in survival games these days. Primitive weapons make sense because you start off with a club and then you finally figure out and you finally figure out how to get some ore and melt it down in little bits of it, like you bang it off with another rock or something. And then you make a pickaxe or a knife, or then you just start making metal things. I just don't know how much we want to focus on. Like now you make a sword. Do we want to go all the way up to the swords, or do we want to start primitive and then work into more modern day today weapons, and then into more futuristic stuff as we discover this Limen stuff that is the source of power that can make us weapons we've never seen before, right? That's more the end of it. Hmm. I'm trying to think like in whatchamacallit? Anarchy Online. I don't know if any of you guys ever played Anarchy Online. I did for a bit when it first came out. Um, where and the real reason I'm looking at this, and this isn't the right wiki, that's not the wiki that I wanted. Not fandom. Fandom can suck balls. This guy probably. Yeah. Only reason I'm going down this road is because it's going to determine how much fantasy versus modern slash sci-fi stuff is in here. And I'm leaning not as much fantasy, which by doing that says this stuff doesn't exist. None of that stuff exists because that's really fantasy. That's high fantasy. Um, Beasts are fine because they exist. That's just nature. Monsters, I think, are fine. I think basically, if we say we're not going to do high fantasy, then most everything else, maybe some of the demons, not as much, is okay. But then where that goes is okay, well, if we're there, what weapons make sense? Um, like if we don't have high fantasy stuff, I mean, I guess like knife and spear and stuff still make sense for beasts, right? But those don't make any sense going up against robots or alien or synthetics or things like that. They don't make. They're not going to be useful at all. Um, Now, granted, most MMOs these days and just games in general, you're stabbing ethereal stuff with a sword. That doesn't make sense. Your sword's not going to do crap to them unless it's enchanted of some sort. So, I mean, then you just get really, really fantasy. I'm really starting to think we're leaning more modern slash sci-fi than fantasy, and that just rules out a bunch of things. So where I was going here with this, and this is tiny, was I went back and played this a couple years ago, and I got myself into a hard lock situation where I could not advance for some reason, and I just said, "Or F it, whatever, I'm done." Um, what would that be under? I guess it's considered professions. Yeah, so I think my mouse setting is not the right one. Yep, it's on Sea of Thieves. I don't have a back button. It's very tough. Come on, click it once, please. Default. Is it nanos? I don't think it's nanos. Yeah, nanos. Oh wow, that's risque there. Um, Implant symbiont. Armor sets. So I mean, armor sets, weapons, and equipments. Okay, so here's armor. So they have leather armor, Kevlar, tech, junk metal. There's probably cloth as well. Probably if we look at intelligence. Nano armor. So that's armor. But what about armor, weapons, equipment? Armor, social clothes, important items. Is it under important items? No. Important buff weapons? So they have assault rifle, melee, pistol, rifle, grenade, shotgun. Where's just the straight up weapons? All right, ranged weapons, engineer weapons. Let's just look at a couple of these. So pistol, bolt. They do have bow. I'm guessing these are like modern day bows, not just your here's a piece of wood and string. That did not take me to bow. Am I dumb? Oh, this wiki sucks ass. Are these let me change? They do. All right. So body and defense. So melee weapons, one-handed blunt edge. I mean, they still kind of have some of that stuff. I'm guessing there's more to them. I wish you'd give me more examples. That's what I'm really looking for is a type of the examples of them, not just. This is all pistols. They're probably just more engine like enhanced with technology stuff. So we could have bows. They're just like modern day bows and they have electrified bolts or something on them. I don't know. AO Wiki German weapon guide. Is it all in German? It's probably all in German, isn't it? It doesn't exist. Cool. How old this game is. So maybe we don't have to limit our weapons too much as long as we give it like an advancement path that makes it technologically advanced. So you're not just running around with a steel sword, you're running around with like this thing that slices through anything with electricity or whatever it is, right? I don't know. Um, so maybe it's more like Anarchy Online when it comes to weapons. Since they still have all of these normal things. Severely outdated. Yeah, I know it's severely outdated. It sucks. Anarchy Online weapon types. Ranged weapons. Doesn't even mention bow. Not even there. Just the different guns. That's AI though. Hmm. What is this? But there is no bow here. Fling shot. Maybe that's what the bow is. Here we go. Holy crap. Bow. there. Bow of the double nimbus. What does this look like? I don't have a look. All right, it uses arrows, but that does fire. So yeah, I mean, I guess we don't have. I mean, I just don't think from a thematic standpoint these work. If these work in here, like they're cold and fire, and there's probably some energy ones, crossbows, yeah, like chemical and energy, and that's one of the big things. Is like you also look at even here on the elemental stuff, fire, water, earth, air, ice, and lightning. Those are like your not even ice. Those are your basic elements that are in all games, but we're gonna add more into there's like a metal elemental potentially or an energy. Like energy is not even listed there. Um, I don't really see anything that would represent chemical or poison. So I think we kind of we'll work with those. I think a little bit too. But I think we need to avoid these because I don't feel like this stuff is going to fit the world. That kind of creature. I mean, maybe a giant and a cyclops. Maybe a couple of these. Minotaur, centaur. But these ones, nah. These are kind of weird. I just don't think those fit. Harpy, maybe. Flying. Maybe a couple of them. But I just like these high fantasy ones, definitely not. I don't think any of these fit at all. I think these we got to rule out. So let's just do this. And we'll just make it red. If it's red, we don't want it. I don't think these really fit. We do need some aquatic stuff, so I don't want to get rid of all of them, but I think merfolk is probably better. I think these bottom five are okay, but I don't think these generic ones are worth. And from a beast perspective, I don't think any of these will be bad to have. And then let's see on these. We have two worms here. These are different types of worms, like desert worms, and these are like space worms, flying type stuff. They might have just different. We got to give them a different name. We can't call them both worms, but that's what we're doing. We're naming everything. Skeleton, zombie, ghoul, ghost, wraith, vampire, lich, mummy. I feel like these might not fit either. I feel like undead might not be a fit for this world. I say that though, and maybe there is a place for some of it. Maybe limited like that. I'm looking over here. This says dark places. Something weird in caves or underground or something that's weird. We're not going to have graveyards, so that doesn't fit. But hmm, I don't know. I'm just. I don't think mummy. I think some of these that are like based off of humans probably don't work. Ghosts, I could see going in there, but the things that are based off of humans, I just don't think work. And wraith we could keep, but I don't think these work. I think ghosts and wraiths, there's a creepy aspect that we can use them, but I just don't think the other ones work since they're human based, and we're not really going to have humans on this earth, on this planet initially. Well, granted, these are humanoid based. These are also just different. Like they're also horses, or flying creatures, or swimming creatures underwater. Like that's not humans. That's just some weird evolution of stuff that never got to humans. I mean, Naga are just serpents. So, so I think we kit those out. Elemental stuff. I don't think any of these I would rule out. I'd probably add some here. Um, what was it? Energy elemental, elementi. um, and then like corrosive, like that. I don't think those fit under any of these other ones. I think those would work. I think all of this stuff can work. All the elemental stuff makes sense to have, and there's no reason not to. There has to be some. This isn't real world stuff in here, so I think that's fine. Plants, treant, dryad. And we also have to think about these. How high fantasy do these get? Like, do these get too far into Lord of the Rings territory? I mean, we have a few bits of things here. Hmm. You can see like a few of these possibly. I feel like treant, like ancient tree folk, I feel like that doesn't fit at all. I'm just trying to think, would that go with something else we have up here already? Um, I mean, that's kind of goes with giant. I mean, you could have giants and treants out there. Very much more mythical than, I mean, so is some of this stuff, but I'm not entirely against it. There's got to be some weird crap too, like mushroom that are alive and spore, weird stuff like that that you just wouldn't see. Just leave all that in. That can't hurt to have all that. So stone golem, clay golem. This stuff came from Asheron's Call. Clearly, I remember all this stuff. Um, I think those are fine. Animated armor would be coming from a human, so that doesn't really make sense. Um, living statue. It doesn't have to be a human statue. It could be any statue. So we could go with that. We'd go with that clockwork creature. Where did that come from? I don't know if it says steampunk, huh? Hmm. Magic doll puppet. I don't think so. I think that's a little too far for me. Sentinel, Colossus. I think those are okay. And then we get into more mechanical stuff. So drones, combat drones, repair bot, security robot. I think all these need to exist as like part of what was here before, or may still be here for all we know, that built this stuff. I think that stuff makes sense. Demons. Now we're getting into some possible stuff that we pull out. I don't know that demons fit this world. I just don't think those fit. I mean, definitely not succubus. I mean, that's. I just don't think demons fit in this. That's too fantasy, I think, for this. That's the same reason we ruled out a lot of the humanoid stuff. It's just too fantasy. This other stuff is more mythical, could be in the future type thing. I can argue. Demons just feel too much. So cosmic stuff, okay. Sure. I don't see any reason why we can't have those. I don't really have any overlap with stuff that we already have. Aliens. For now, yeah. I mean, none of these are human aliens. They're not intelligent life forms. I don't think these are marked as intelligence. Well, they say high. Huge intelligence? Where'd that word come from? That's not the descriptive word for intelligence. Huge. What's your intelligence? It's huge. Uh, predator alien. Sometimes. That's can't speak. Damn, I was looking at the wrong column. I was like, wait, what? Sometimes intelligent. Uh, synthetics. Yeah, I mean, I can't really know. So I think that helps. I think that starts us down a road. This thing scrolls like butt. So now data filters. Now it's gonna cover stick up. Let's get rid of anything that's not only have automatic stuff. Okay, so now we're down to 120. So we already rolled out about 40 of the things. That's good. I don't want to have too big of a beast. I mean, the key here is that these are archetypes. So if I have 122 different creatures in this game, that means there are multiple variants of each of those. So you could easily get 1,000 different variants of things just with this. So I definitely want to deduplicate anything that doesn't make sense to keep. But I think this is already better. I'm just looking to see if there are any duplicates in here that we can kind of reduce. Because the more of these there are, the more models I have to make. So, um, hmm. Well, we'll start. If we can't come with a good name, that'll be something that we just rule this out from, I think. I think if we don't have a good name for it, then it's off the list. It's just that'll start narrowing it down some more. Um, okay. So I just see giant. I thought I remember we had something else similar to that down here. Colossus, but that's more of a construct than a giant. That's more humanoid, so fleshy. This is fleshy versus not fleshy. So they are different technically. Even though this had an alternate name in some game that I had pulled of Colossi, but no. Okay, so a giant. Let's look at our ideas for renaming things. Um, one problem with now that I'm thinking about this with these guys, like this first rule, changing it to their appearance or their anatomy, these two mainly. Well, I mean, I guess it kind of falls in line. It's like we'd have to make sure it'd be something that doesn't sound Englishy still, because it's a name from a foreign planet. On the other hand, I'm wondering if it makes sense to some of the common names, like I think beast, for example, like this stuff. Why rename it? I don't like crustacean. I just use crab. But um, because what names this? I think the names for things that humans know about could still be the human name, right? If we see something that looks like a boar, we call it a boar. Um, there might be some oddities about it, right? Um, maybe it has an extra leg, a five-legged boar. Maybe there's some weird mutations to it, but it's still a boar. Um, maybe we only worry about things that are just completely foreign to humans. Put it in that perspective. So, like, if it's something that we wouldn't see on Earth, it needs a unique name. So maybe all of this stuff we need to come up with what we call it, right? Because there's different ways. Like feline predator. We'll just call it a we'll just call it a cat, and then have or or it could just be these like lion, tiger, panther, cat, whatever. Well, a cat's not a predator. I would not consider a cat a predator. A normal cat, that is. Big cat, yes. Um, maybe we just have normal names for things that are just normal that mostly evolved the same way on this planet. But then things that don't exist on Earth, we need to give it a name. That don't exist on Earth or don't exist in mythology that there wouldn't be a name for. Like we might look and see, hey, that looks like a Naga, or that looks like a Minotaur, or I mean, even the elemental stuff. I mean, this is just elemental. And when I picture elementals, and maybe this is what everybody pictures it as, I picture it as like an ethereal looking thing. Like I see it's a color and then it's like a mist and a glow or something, right? There's not much to it. Um, I don't see a reason to really rename those. Like Storm Titan's a bit off. I mean, that's just your lightning elemental. This one, let's get rid of that guy. That's excessive. Um, eh. Um, the problem is if I go with that rule, like if we don't have a name for it, then we have a name. We clearly have a name for it all because there's an English word here. We got to have something unique. I don't want. I just don't really want to stick with all normal names. I want something unique about some of it that's unique to that world. Hmm. What do you think, Alf? Other than it's 6 o'clock and you're staring at me for your greenie. That's what you think? Yeah. That was a car door, Alf. You're okay. Do you want your greenie? Will that calm you down? Yeah. All right. Well, let me think about this while I let him out and how what I really want to rename. There's got to be something unique about the game. I just don't know how far we need to go with it. I feel like the Beast, for example, don't need to go very far. But some of this other stuff, we probably need some names. This feels too generic to me. I think these just need a new name. I think if it's a very generic name, we need to come up. If it's a very like, it's if this is a descriptive name, we need to come up with a name for it. If it's an actual, well, that's what it is. We don't need a name for it. Maybe that's what we do. So let me think about it. Let me let him out really quick and get his greenie, and I will be back. And my computer decided to stop responding to my mouse on my other screen. Hang on. The little app just crashes randomly. There we go. All right. I will be right back. All right. Hi. You want to say hi? You want to say hi to everybody, Mr. Boy? We're gonna do this today. We're gonna do this. We're doing this today. Yeah. Yeah. Are you pushing up all the way? You're gonna push me over? Yeah. 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 Is that what we're doing? This is your couch now? Your claws are digging into my ass. You know that, Mr. Dog. Hi. What do you think? What do you think about those? Hmm? What do you think about those? Staring right at the camera like you know what's up there, don't you? There's a light, and you're enthralled by it. He's staring into your souls. You're funny, Alf. So what do you think, Alf? Hmm? How do you think we should do this? My mouse keeps going to my other screen. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay, here we go. Is that what you needed? Yeah, okay. You're just going to bury your head down there. All right. Okay. So yeah, so I think we stick with names like these that's exactly what it is, right? And we add adjectives to them for the different variants. We got to come up with better names for some of these, right? Just spider. Um, and then some of these we'll have to come up with better names for. I feel like if it's not a one word name, we probably, that's not always true. It just feels like when I look at things that aren't one word names here, living weapon, eye creature, flesh, these should be one word that we'd add another adjective to, right? As soon as you get a creature that has three words in it, it feels like that's too long to me. So all the elementals would need to actually have just a word that is, well, that's an elemental. Um, Maybe that's how we go about this. Like all of these alien types, nah, we need a name for that. Not that it's yeah, clearly it's an alien, but let's give it a name for us. So I think that's how we're gonna have to roll here. That way we're not just generic, boring names. We have some uniqueness to it. I don't see dog on this list, Alf, so I don't think we get to put you in the game. Surprised we don't have dog. I guess dog is not really a creature you find out in the wild much anymore, huh, bub? Nope. You have been civilized. Well, we could have rabbit Alfs on the planet. With slobber coming out of his mouth. A bunch of plaque build up on his teeth. Yeah. What do you think about that? Want to be represented in the game like that as an evil little puppet dog? No, you don't like that? Okay. He's grunting as if he doesn't like it. Okay, so let's go with that. I think these are probably fine. Let's just copy. I hate how Excel copy paste things that are from excluded columns. So wolf. Um, I don't know that we go lion. That feels too earthy. Here we go panthers. I think we go panther here. And then these ones all work. Not rodent. It gonna be a rat. Bat. Reptile. Call it lizard. Crocodilian. Why don't you just call it a crocodile? Snake, turtle, spider, scorpion. I don't think we're going to have ants. That's too small. I mean, we could have giant ants. Sure, why not? Wasp. Mantis works. Crab. Hop. Whale. Leviathan. Those don't equate. Titan? Okay, whatever. Shark. Charge. Would work as a way to change the name. Charge. Any J you replace with a K. We could do something stupid like that. Like there's like 5 different letters that are replaced with a letter, or 6 letters that are always a different letter of those 6. So K's become J's and J's become K's. Come up with some bad words at that point, though. Octopus or Kraken? I think Kraken's a little too Sea of Thievesy. We'll go with octopus still. You can have a Kraken. You have a big ass octopus. Bird. I don't need eagle. That's a duplicate. Nah. That's a grocery store, giant eagle, or it was a grocery store. Hi, Alf. Yeah? What's up? What's up? What's up, Mr. Boy? I'm looking my hand. Worm, sure. Okay, so these ones are starting to feel more we need special names for them. Slime. Ooze. Pudding? I wouldn't throw pudding in that category, but okay. Sometimes most of the stuff that AI came up with of the list from the list I gave them were decent. I don't know where it got pudding from. That doesn't no. Now we could use pudding and alter the word to mean slime. So we could do like, what could we do? Pudar, pudesh, or pudich. Pudith. Maybe we do that. Maybe we just have something silly there for ooze, for slime stuff. We can even start it with something different. Zypodar. Like, that's a new word. That doesn't exist anywhere, I don't think. I guess I should probably look them all up. Make sure we don't accidentally pick a word that does exist and it's some weird, nasty drug. No. Okay. drug or some sex act or something nasty like that. I don't want that in there. Mimic. Do we want to mimic? I don't know about mimic. Nah, I feel like that's kind of out there. Ow. You're not helping my thinking here. I'm concentrating on him not running to the door to bark at a car door. Alf, settle down. It's okay. It's okay, I promise. It's okay. You're a good boy. This is why I get nothing done around here in the evenings. Because I have to ignore him a little bit during the day so I can get work done. And now he just wants all the attention. And his way of getting attention is to yell at everything outside. I'm trying to stop that habit, but he's very stubborn. Another reason why I don't know if I'm going to, I think I'm going to just do 2 days this week streaming because I need a break to let him have some attention. And I got 2 early mornings tomorrow and Thursday, and I'm leaning resting tomorrow afternoon. Anyway, fungus. What do you want to call fungus, Alf? What can we call fungus? Uh, is there, let's see, list of all word suffixes and prefixes. Is that a thing that exists somewhere that I can just look at? Because my two examples aren't helping. Hey, this is a weird. What kind of this is AI generated. Easy English path. No. This is like somebody said, "Hey, give me all the different images for different websites that show this stuff." This is stupid. Hmm. I'm so sick of AI these days right now. Just building crap. So much slop out there anymore. Hmm. PDF. Most common prefix. Alf, I swear. This one's not bad. I just get, no. Let's do, why they didn't put, oh my God, there's like no spacing in there whatsoever. Uh, just doing it by hand. I don't care. Those are duplicates. I don't care about the meaning of it. I just want the list of things so I can look at them and think, what can we tack onto this or put in front of it to make it sound weird? Okay, so there's our prefixes. And let's get our suffixes. Okay, don't select any of that stuff. Got it. Nope. Didn't copy. Copy. There we go. That just did. I mean, what kind of copy is that? That's terrible. It's dumb. Ing. Yawn. Oops. Less. Getting there. Almost done. And then we'll start putting things together. Boxes dash. Oh, I didn't get the Y apparently. There. Ooh, oh, it. Oh my God. What? Okay. I think that's as good as we're going to get. Get this out of here. No, no, no. That's going to sit there until I close it. Go away. All right, so now we got some things to throw together, more than just 2 or 3. So fungus. Um, what if we did like underfoot? Like you find mushrooms under your foot when you're walking. Maybe. Uh, hmm. What if we do something along with the spores that collect into fungus, fungal spores? So maybe uh, this is hard. I suck at names. I struggle with names and naming anything. Hmm. Fungation, maybe? Or fungling. Not like that. Fungling. 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 Start with that. Corpse feeder. So that's trying to think what that would be. Like, do we even want that, or do we just have enough other things that will eat corpses? Like, you find a corpse and it's covered in ants and maggots, or spiders, or something like that, or fungling. I don't know. We need carrion creatures for eating corpses. That's a little too much, I feel. Flesh horror. It's kind of like your mutant, right? And that's kind of what they're going with mutation. But do we have anything else that's going to be mutant based? Not really. You have to be like a mutant of the previous inhabitants that weren't everything else. I don't know. I've got a thought in my head that's there's a word that I'm thinking of that I can't think of. There's a word that's like on the tip of my tongue that's like that would work, but I'm trying to think of what it is. Not conglomeration. There was another because like coagulation, for example, could be something we do. So that's more blood type, but coagulation. Congealed, maybe. Maybe that's the word that's in my head. Because I'm trying to think of like it would be the combination of multiple things mutating together, right? What could be a weird word we use for that? Hmm. What about congealment? Like concealment, but congeal or congelation? Congelation? Hmm. Something like that, maybe. That might work. I think parasites fine. Eldritch? Void beast tentacles. I mean, who doesn't want tentacles on their planet? Uh, Maybe we just use tentacle, and that's what it is. And we have different types of tentacles. Let's go with that. Eye creature. So this, when I picture eye creature, what comes to mind is the big green eye that in WoW, was it warlocks can the eye of what's it called, Nurog or Norog or something like that. Wow, eye of a warlock. I think it's a warlock with eye, not eye blast. Quit autocomplete that crap. Kilrog, that's what it is. That eye. That's what I pictured as. This. That's what I picture when I see the eye. Um, what could we call that type thing? I don't want to just call it Watcher. That's too generic, I feel. What other eye related words are there? Vision, optic, sight. I feel like optic is super optic, super, not supervise. Uh, it's an oversight. We didn't notice it. Um, hmm, foresight, forevision, overvision, over. I don't want to call it Overwatch. That's copyright infringement there. Uh, hmm, insight, envision, in. What other look? It could be look. We use the word look. It's another word related to vision. See. Lookling or look. Eyeball. Um, looker. The looker. What other words could we? What other weirdness can we do there? What other vision words are that I'm not thinking about? Words related to vision. I'm trying not to actually use AI. I mean, the AI is involved in answering this question, but I just looking at the lens, retina. Why not just think about those? Gaze, ocular, ocularity. What if we did that? Like ocularity. Is that? I don't. Is that might be actually be an actual word? It is. Hey, we can do a monocularity, biocularity, different, and then they have multiple eyes in the thing. Yeah, there we go. Ocularity. We're done. Got it. Word complete. Monster worm. We already have a worm. We're just going to get rid of this worm. Living weapon. So this is a bioweapon or an experiment. Flesh rifle. Bio rifle. It doesn't have to be fancy. Um, hmm. What can we, so going back to this, like if we say we have bio weapon, what can we replace? What if we did something like skin tack? So like the combination of skin and attack? Skin tack? Tack. How do you spell attack? That's attack. Okay. Skin tack. That sounds kind of nasty. What about biotack? That that also sounds nasty, like somebody took a crap and it's attacking you, but it's a bioweapon, so we can go with that. Do Ghost and Wraith. I think those are fine. Elementals. These ones we definitely need new names for because that's boring. Um, we really. They could be very similar on how we name them, just shorter and not this. So this is where things like having different words. So like looking at these things, this is its environment, but ideas there. Like if we, in this example here, fire becomes pyra. Could it be? Do we take a take on volcano, or do we take a take on lava, or something? Oh, look, we have magma. Magma. I don't know. We need both magma and fire. We could simplify this a little bit. So fire, water, earth, air, ice, lightning. Probably getting a bit excessive down here. Light. I think these work. I think we need to rule out some. There's too many elementals. I feel like this here are a bit of a stretch for me. I think we take those out just to. I'm also trying to limit how many things I got. How many different beasts. How many things are in this bestiary from a high level? Because I'm gonna have to make 2D graphics for all of these, and then have variants of those depending on what we do with them. So the less, the better. But I don't want so few that it's like, oh, you have 12 things. I think we're okay here, but there's got to be some variety. Okay, so we remove those. What can we do? Curious, like what other words are there for? I mean, these aren't probably going to have much. What other element related words? Uh, alternate words for elements like fire, water, ice, lightning, etc. Superpowers, huh? Classical element? It could be more of like a Greek word for those that we use instead. Um, so Greek word, that's probably pyre, right? Yeah. So maybe we do that. We do pyre, and we do the Greek word for that, and then we tack on some suffix to it. So for fire, we could do, is it pyre or pyre? That says pyra, but I don't know what it is. Pura. I could just do not have, I don't have to put the A on there. This is where you become more like pyromaniac and stuff like that. So, high, what endings could we use? Pyrament, aquament. Maybe we do something like that. So like pyrament. Water could be aquament. I don't think that's the Greek. It might be the Greek word. That's just out of curiosity. What is the Greek word for water? Is it aqua? Hydro. Hydro. So we could do that. Hydrant. We might do hydro mint because that would at least make sense to people. Hydor. While being the proper Greek word, people will understand hydro. Will understand pyro. Earth. Gi. Nobody's gonna know that. I mean, it's geological, so geomint, geologament, geologament, something like that. Air, AER, airment, arrowment. That people would know arrow. Once I figure out what the word is that I would say it makes sense. Ye, arrowment, like aeronautics and stuff like that. Ice. Go away, I have killer og. Pago. Pagos. How does that fall in? What words in ice meet have pagos? I'm trying to think what words those are. Uh English words based off of Greek word for ice. Pagos. Pagoda? I don't know, I've ever heard any of those words. I mean, a pagoda I have, yes, but hmm, I don't know, I've ever heard of it. What would people recognize with that? You can use pagament. I just don't know what words normal people would know for that. Unless you're a doctor and know what pagoplexia is, or you're into meteorology. Hmm. Some of them didn't have to, are going to be always pagament, lightning, Zeus. Probably not Zeus. Uh, Strape. Not going to be a strana. That's no. There's an O instead of an A. What a another what? What words in English? Oh, there we go. Astrapic. Hmm. Astropic mint. We'll just as astropment maybe. Not gonna do those. I doubt. Well, there'd be a word for void. I'm probably not the context I want though. Well, Kinos, Kinament, metal, metallo. I feel like that's not right. They probably have something for bronze. Is probably what this is, or copper or something. Chalkos. often refers to bronze. Let's see here. Chocolate. Chocolate? Sounds like chocolate. Energy? Now we're getting the words that I don't know that it's going to have any good words for. Energia. Hmm. Ener, ener, Energiment. That sounds stupid. Energment. Energy. Actually, liminment. That's the energy in the world. There we go. Tie lemon into it. Nice. Did it. Corrosion. There's no way they had a word for corrosion. Is whatever that is. Maybe in modern day Greek, but not past tense Greek. What would we call that? Maybe rust instead. Maybe we call that rust. Rust. Scouria. Slag. Interesting. Let's use rust. It's not really the rustment. Or just scorement, something like that. We just don't use that. Scoria, volcanic rock, slag. Rustament. Maybe we do that. There you go. Okay, so we have elementals now. Now we're getting into plants. Do we want plants that are alive? Does that seem too far? I'm just trying to think. I don't know if plants being alive is too far or not. We've got enough other weird stuff that if we add plants in, it might be too much. At least these are like creatures that clearly can live. Elementals are special. We're going to have all of this stuff. Do we need plants? Or do we just leave plants out? I'm going to take one of these T's out. Two T's seems weird. Biotech. Do we need plant life that's alive is the question. Might be going too far. We're going to have weird plants, but I don't know that we need the plant life to attack you. I think everything else will be enough. We don't have to get too crazy with it. We can add, and the other thing too is like we can start with some things and add more to the pool as we go. And I kind of want to have more weight on these kind of things, construct robot, the more futuristic stuff than plants. We already have a fungus thing, right? We already got a fungling. We've got a little bit of that. We've got parasites here. Tentacles, which is technically a plant, sort of, kind of. Maybe we don't need these. Let's take these out for now. We can always come revisit that later. I think we got enough other things. Clear filter. So we had 161 filter by color automatic. We're down to 100 now. So we've gotten rid of 60. 100 is not a bad number. It's a nice even number too. um, the other thing is like these. I think we just have a golem, and then we have all different types of golems. I don't think we need to break this. This is broken down too much. We just have golem. That's a fine word to have. Clockwork creature, gear creature. That's interesting. I like that. So a living statue. What would the aliens have made a statue of? What kind of statues would we have had? Why do I hear a distant rumble? As soon as that starts, now it's going to go crazy. There's some stuff north of us, not here yet. I don't know what I'm hearing though. I'm crazy. That's what it is. Let me see. Look over here really quick. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. We got how many more left? If we keep them all. Select it. Or select. Usually puts it at the bottom here. Count. Oh, because there's nothing in it. That's why. It doesn't count unless there's actually a value in the cell. 43 more. 60% done. And we're probably going to get rid of some of these too, to be fair. Like a bunch of different aliens. Well, we're just going to have aliens. Some of these we might keep, but like we have our fungal stuff here already. We don't need another alien fungus thing. Fungling. That's a fungal alien. Maybe these are the more intelligent versions, but it's still a fungling. So I think we've got some duplicates for sure that we'll get out of here. But living statue, so more like a guardian or isn't that basically a sentinel though? I don't know. We really need living statue. We got sentinel. We can have variants of that. Sentinel Colossus. For the clockwork, I like this idea. I like this gear creature thing. What do we call that, though? I wouldn't call it a clockwork creature. I think I'd something more along the lines of gears. Um, hmm. What tooth is what they call the things of the gear, isn't it? Yeah. What are the words related to gear? Words related to gears. Cog, sprocket, pinion, rack. It could just be called a sprocket. But cog is a word that we could put some stuff in here. Um, in Cogian, in Cogable. Hmm. Cogment. It's just another type of element. Cogment. It'd be weird. Coggity. How about that? Coggity. That's not a bad word, I don't think. What? Oh, giggity. Nope, not a word. Quagmire, you did not say coggity. You said giggity. All right, so then we got drones. I think we just have drone. We don't have different. We don't need to differentiate them in this list. Don't delete that. Um, what other things are kind of duplicated here? We can't just call it alien, right? We need to give the species that came from this planet or that still potentially exists somewhere on this planet. We got to give them a name other than alien. That's just not cool. That does not respect their civilization. Um, repair bot, security robot. Android cyborg, mech. I don't think we really want cyborg because that's an augmented human. Let's take that out. Rogue AI. That's something we'll have, but it's going to not be called AI. Hmm. We don't even need this one technically. Look, the repair bot would be a repair drone. Yeah, worker drone. Yeah, no. Let's just take that one out. Security bot is a sentinel, which we already have here, so we don't really need that. Maybe we just use mechs as a combination of walkers and mechs. We'll just have mech and get rid of walker. Android. It's also kind of human-y. Let's not have Android. Drones and mechs. We got to remember, like, the alien is what's going to be them, and they'll just have they'll have different types of drones, different types of mechs. Nanite swarm. That's interesting. Rogue AI. Let's see. I'm just going to go back up here and just look. I mean, this technically isn't a creature, so let me just get rid of that. I have the note for what it is, but that's us. We're not a creature to fight. There's no PvP in this. So we've got some humanoidish stuff, some fleshy things. We've got all of our different beasts. Worm isn't a beast, but creatures. We've got some odd monsters, a couple undead bits that can fit not humans, right? That's the key, is that the ghosts and wraiths on here are not human based. They have to be other thing based. We'll have different types. Got all our elements. We have golems, Kagadi, Sentinel Colossus, drone, mech. Okay. I'm happy with this so far. I think once we get this part filled out, I'll feel better, because we'll have more alien slash futuristic beings. Rogue AI, machine mind network. This is one of the examples where we could probably go into numbers, and maybe this networks thing is what gave me the idea. Maybe this is like a play on a network adapter speed of sorts. I'm thinking like, Alf, come here. It's okay. Come here. You're fine. Don't gag yourself. Come here. Alf, come here. It's okay. Hey. I was thinking, thank you. You just come sit and just weirdo, Alf. You're so far away. Why are you so far away, you little bum? What was I gonna do? I was gonna do um oh my god. Why am I drawing a total blank on this? Is this gonna list out what I'm thinking about? It may be too new. I'm thinking of an old thing. My brain isn't thinking of it. No, this is all like new crap. Unless it's down here. This is all no, no. This is like modern day networks. Old netware. I've heard netware forever, but that's not what I wanted to call it. What is the one that I'm thinking of? It is not Apple Talk. F Apple Talk. I do not want to enshrine that in this game. Hi, Alf. You know, you could sit closer to me and then you don't have to lean your head that way. Can they see this? Let's see. Yeah, they can kind of see your head. Here you go. Just come closer. Just come closer. Here you go, you big dummy. You're so weird. You're such a weird dog. You're such a weird dog, Alf. Yeah. Are you stuck? Do I got you stuck because I'm holding on to your belly? Yeah, I'm holding on to your belly, aren't I? Yeah. You're such a weird dog. You're such a weird dog, Al. What is it I'm thinking of? It's two words I think would work perfect for this. It's token ring. That's what I'm looking for. That's not even in. I would have never found it in here. Token ring. Token ring network. Hi, Al. Token ring. This could be what the aliens use to make their artificial intelligence. They had not come up with TCP/IP yet. Man, this stuff was still had an Ethernet cable basically, but it was terrible. So we will call Rogue AI. Hi. And call it ALF, artificial life form. You know, we could call the aliens ALFs. What? Are you stuck? Are you stuck, ALF? Did you roll over and stick your head and put your head on my belly and then get stuck on your back because now you don't have enough space to move? Are you stuck? Are you stuck? Mwah. Are you stuck, Mr. Weirdo? What are you trying to do here? What is your goal? Hmm? What is your goal, boy? Get booger out of your eyelash. Weirdo. You're so weird. What's your goal? What do you want to do? Because this isn't comfortable. But Dad, I'm comfortable. Token Ring is our rogue AI. Uh, are you stuck? Are you really this stuck, Al? I feel this big sigh about that. He's like, he's about to do that. I guarantee it, aren't you? Because you're stuck. You're stuck, Mr. Alf. Can I have my lap back? No. Weird Al. You're such a weird dog. You're backwards. You are all turned around right now. Funny boy. Yep, there it was. You didn't hear it, but he just did it. Normally that's in my face and I get snot on my face from him, but not today. What could we call a nanite swarm? Um, electroflies? A play on electrifies and flies? Electroflies. Ooh, I just shocked you. I'm sorry. Well, you shocked me, actually. I'm not the one that moved. You're the one that's been rubbing up against the couch, getting static electricity built up on you. Put this back. Numbnut. You're a numbnut, Alf. What? Did nothing happen? You're like, now that you've sat up, you're like, hey, nothing. I didn't get stuck, Dad. I didn't get stuck at all. What are you talking about? Ancient machine. This could be a play on word on like mainframes. How could we go with that? Mid frames instead of mainframes, mid frames. I like that mid frame. You're funny, Alf. All right, now we're in cosmic. Void creature, eldritch horror. I'm gonna make you fall over again because you're my Alf and I win. You're stuck again. It's enough staring at your dad from up high. Just chill. With the blower out, you're fine. Somebody's blowing their grass clippings. Cosmic. Reality parasite? We already have parasite, don't we? We can reuse parasite for other things. Don't we have parasite? We have parasite. Yeah, we have parasite. We don't need one of these. Let's have different types of parasites. And I got dog hair in my mouth. There it is. Yeah, your hair was in my mouth, Mr. Boy. See, you're safe like this. You don't have to be scared of stuff outside if you just sit like this all the time, boy. Grunt at me. Eldritch horror. Why does that one feel weird to me? It's like old world. I mean, the ancient machine is old world AI as well. I just don't know that this one Lovecraftian inspired. Nah, I don't want that in here. Nah. Time creature. I like chronivore. I might just keep that name. That seems like a nice name. World serpent. We have Leviathan already, don't we? Or did we get rid of Leviathan? Yeah, I just don't think that goes because we're not in space, right? We are on a planet. An energy being is our energy, our Limen elemental, so we don't need that either. We'll kill that one. These ones don't make sense. We're not in space. Void creature. We don't have a. We do have a. Can a minute. We don't need a void creature then. That's a duplicate. Shadow, dark matter. We don't really have that up here. You're very unhappy that I'm holding you, aren't you? You'll be okay. These two, I think we could get in here. I don't know that we need all these different alien species, though. Because when you look at how it differentiates with different types of worlds or any planet or in space, I think we just need to pick one. Like pick an alien type and go with it. And that is the type of alien that is on this planet. I don't think we need to go have tons of different alien species that are intelligent alien species, that is. Like we definitely don't need to be parasite. I just don't think those work. We have energy elementals already. We have fungus. Hive species is just weird. Crystal fungus. I think we just need an alien name. We need to come up with a name for aliens. We can keep one of these. Maybe we just get rid of we'll keep hive species, but for alien it is just the alien. How's it going, Blue Mine? I don't think we need to name all of these individually like this. We just need what do we call the species that's on this planet that we're going to use? You're John. Should we call the alien species John? I am good. We are working through. We did some of the base game work to develop a world, but it's come time that we need to come up with names for things. So we're working through our bestiary, and then I gotta come up with NPC names and regions and town settlement names and skills and item types and all that stuff. Because it's getting hard to program things going, well, if we are using NPC 478 and item number 8, then it works like this. I need names. My brain isn't gonna keep track of all that stuff. So it's more futuristic, but there is some normal. When I say normal, not medieval, but there's a little bit of fantasy and mythical stuff there. But the basis of the game is that we've crash landed on an alien planet that's Earth-like, but so that's why some of the stuff is Earth-like, right? But there's other things too, and it's kind of everything from normal stuff you'd see on Earth to stuff you wouldn't see, and then obviously a more futuristic robot alien synthetic stuff that's still around. Haven't really determined how the current alien race, how much of them are here. Like, are they in hiding and we randomly come across them in different places, or are they just dead and gone? Um, so it's not sure. So we're just kind of trying to come up with names that are. Some of the stuff is just normal names, but some of the things I wanted to be a little bit unique. I don't want to have everything to be just a boring name. So we're just kind of working through that. So what we've done so far, this is a token ring network adapter. That's not what we've done so far. Um, so we've got a whole plan and everything. So I'll kind of go in. Nope, not there really. Well, this is our game design document. So we've listed out what our core loops are, the different features we want to add, game systems, and all that. So we've got a design out there. But what we've worked through is we've set up our infrastructure, what tools, what programming languages, databases, APIs, Godot for our game engine, 2D game engine, that kind of stuff. We've defined our database, so I've got in Docker now. Where am I going? Development, Docker. So in Docker, we have server APIs, worker, a Postgres database that we're running behind it. So we've got these images all going. We've got it generating a world. So we've got it generating terrain. It's going to be an infinitely large world, so it's going to generate on the fly. So we've got that working. So that's like in the thumbnail on YouTube is that thing, but we've got a world that generates. So now we're in the populating the worlds part, and part of that is I need names to populate the world with. So that's kind of where we're at. How long will it take? No idea. We've been at this, or I say I've been at this since May, beginning of May ish. So we're at 2.5, 3 months. No idea how, but that's just a lot of this stuff with the world generation I'd already prototyped out many, many years ago, and I'm just kind of doing it finally, kind of making it all one big thing finally. So a lot of this came pretty quickly, but we're getting there. So as for the world, let's see if I turn that on. I turn that on. It's not graphics yet. It's just terrain. Go into here. Nope, you can wait to update till later, Visual Studio. You want to update every friggin' day. So we've got an admin tool that will visualize what's in the database. Where am I? Tools, admin. I need to go grab a terrain or a land block ID. So if I grab one of these, like this guy. So this is generated, it's all randomly generated, but there will be tweaks to this over time. But like this particular one, it had I just called a buff on give me ice in this particular land block. So it generated some ice, which requires water. So there's more water and stuff on here. So it's randomly generated. And this is just letters and colors right now. There's no graphics here yet, but it's just a visualization of what that land block looks like. And I can move around to different land blocks to have different stuff. This has got a desert buff to it. So it's got desert, and then the one next to that has a mountain buff and it fades out the desert a little bit. It's just visualizing the generation. But the generation stuff was an algorithm that I had written many years ago, and I've obviously refined it into this version in the latest .NET and everything. But it does generate the world, so I can go to another block. Just go, if I move west again, I'll give me another one in here. Yeah, so there's just a normal one. It will eventually say, yeah, so this one doesn't have subland blocks on it. So if I go here and I say, look it up over here and generate, give it a couple seconds for the worker to generate it and reload it, we got a new land block. So So this is all the letters and colors represent different terrain types, as you can see on the left here. But um, the idea is this world will generate to, you will never see the edge of it. You can, uh, based on how I'm going to have it work and everything, you would have to travel for hundreds of years real time to get to the point where there's even a chance that the world could hit the max 64-bit int size. So in number of land blocks, right? And a land block is this whole thing. These are sub land blocks inside of here, and there's a land block inside of that. And then even beyond that, it's not even, it's that number of regions, which is a 51 by 51 of these in there. So it's not, if somebody does thousands of years from now, and this game is running thousands of years from now, I'm going to question, how is society not advanced to get beyond this game? But it is, it will infinitely generate. But then in here, though, we're working on, yeah. So the story is you crash land, and there's going to be, right now the name of it is called Limen. It's some force, some energy that's in throughout the world that you can see in different things and you can harness and whatnot. But there will be a mysterious story and knowledge that you will gain and find as you explore the world, um, and what that is and how you can use it. So it's not even survival as more of exploration and loot, right? I am very big into loot, so one of the things that this will have is you could find good loot almost anywhere in this world. You could kill a certain beast or mob or entity, or find a cave or a random chest sitting out in the middle. Chest, old school fantasy, but that kind of stuff. Um, but I want it so that while you're traveling across here, because it's not, you can't go from, on this land block, for example, you can't go from the right side to the left side instantly. There's not going to be, you're not going to be able to cast your recall to your teleport back to my home. That's not a thing. It's actual traveling, so you have to plan. Um, but in each one of these sub land blocks, there's properties on that for what kind of mobs can spawn there, what kind of things in the environment are there. Is there an event going on that everybody can see in the world? It's a shared world. I'm not calling it an MMO because you're not going to see people moving real time, but it's shared. But everywhere I want it to be, there's a chance that you get that little bit of dopamine hit of, oh crap, I found this really cool thing here, right? I came from an Asheron's Call world where there was loot everywhere and it was all randomly generated to an extent. Obviously, there's rules on how it generates, but there's not this best in slot idea like you get in modern games. I want it to be unique. You can tinker with it and make it better and fit your play style. But that's what I'm going for. Yeah, so the way I've got it so that, because it is an infinitely large world, I don't want it to be, it take everybody 3 years to go from where they spawn in to the meet their friend that happened to spawn on the other side of the world. That's not cool. Um, there are settlements that will pop up with rules, of course, that automatically get generated. Um, and as players find them, there will be a teleportation system. You just have to go to one of the teleportation system spots and then go somewhere, right? You can't just be in the middle of this and go, all right, go open the map, click there, instant teleport there. No, you have to go somewhere and then you can teleport. So it'll let you get around reasonably well, but you do still need to plan your travel out that way. So I want the world to be the focus, not teleporting around without having any barrier to it, right? So the world's going to be meaningful. So explore the world, find out what's there. If you just go quickly and like in real life, there's a difference between going on a road trip across the United States, for example, from East Coast to West Coast, and seeing everything in between slowly and methodically and enjoying all of that versus flying from New York to LA. You just fly over, you don't see. Yeah, it's pretty from way high up, from 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, wherever you're at, but you don't see the details, right? The details need to matter. So there will be a way of getting around quickly, but you have to go to that thing to be able to quickly go to anywhere else, right? Yeah, so there's also going to be things where you will not necessarily. I don't know to the extent of an elytra. I know what you're talking about. I don't know the extent to that, but there will be things that will help travel faster. Um, yeah, exactly. I'm not going to add wings to humans. That's probably a bit much, but um, there will be ways of the train that allow you to go faster. So, for example, just like on this, for example, if you're traveling across grass, you're going to go faster than you're going to travel through a forest, which is all the dark green for trees, or climbing through mountains. Like if I'm over here, um, I think this was the mountain one. No, here, yeah. So here, if you want to get across this faster, you're not going to stay in all the mountains unless you want to explore them and find something cool, right? You're going to stay in the grassy areas and you're going to go faster, right? So, um, I had originally thought of there being path subland blocks in here, and those would be much faster. But then when I started doing it and I saw the scale of things, I was like, that's basically saying I have like a kilometer wide path everywhere, and that just felt weird. So there might be some characteristics on some of these that let you go faster. Like well traveled routes might let you go faster. Um, but but yeah, it's all up in the air. I mean, I say it's all up in the air. I have a plan, but as I get into it and I implement things, if it just feels like this is too burdensome, I'm not stuck in my way and I got to do it this way. It's just I want to start there, see how it feels, and then iterate. Right. So hang on a second. It's just a delivery truck, boy. Come here. Um, but yeah, so I mean, we've got it all designed out. But like I said, it will change in time. So, um, like, where do we have those? There should be a section here about travel. Do, 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 do. I could just hit Control F and look for travel. Yeah. So, like right now, no map click teleportation. Um, this is the key that I want to make sure is true, but I don't want it to be too cumbersome. So, like, this is a portal and fast travel points. You have to go to it to get there, but there might be ways to move around faster. So, for sure, yeah, and that is something that will have to get balanced with how it feels playing it and everything. So, um, I don't. One of the things that drives me crazy with games like ARPGs these days, like Path of Exile and Diablo 4 and those type of games, is they give you these tiny inventories. And because I'm a loot person, I pick up a lot of stuff that maybe most people that like the hardcore min max people know not to pick up. Um, and they just skip over it. I like to pick stuff up and then I like to get materials for it and just build up my supplies, right? So my inventory fills up super fast. I don't want that to happen because I want you to feel like you can travel between, say, two fast travel points, for example. Um, and your inventory doesn't fill up. Now you can't go pick up every rock and piece of garbage you find on the ground, right? But you should be able to comfortably pick up a lot of stuff and be able to get back to town. I'm trying to remember on inventory. Backpack. No, I don't think I have much in here about inventory specifically because that's more of a once it gets going, I'll feel out how I want to do that. But there's also going to be thoughts of like you can have items on you that expand your inventory, allow you to carry more, or whatever that is. Like there's a gear slots and everything too. So, um, but yeah, so it's the idea is all written down of what I want to do, and even as we did the first bits of this, like I go through my implementation plan here, the first stage of this, there were way more things that I had to decide just for the data schema that I was going to use to store stuff. Like, oh, well, I need to figure that out. I need to really decide on that now. It's all fluid, right? That I don't have to stick to these rules. I can change it whenever I want to. Um, so yeah, but it's a shared world, so it's online. I would initially I'll host it, but I am also making this in a way that when I decide not to um, do it anymore, like I don't want to pay for it anymore, I'm making it so that your character and even the world itself, like the all the land blocks and settlements and NPCs and everything, can be exported, and anybody could host this themselves if they so choose. They can run on a local machine. Like right now, through all of development, I'm going to be able to run this through Docker Desktop on my local machine. So if somebody wants to run it on their local machine in Docker Desktop, it's going to support that. And then you can import your existing characters into it as an export from the normal game and then continue where you left off. I don't want you to feel like if somebody is playing it, I don't want you to have this feeling like, oh, he could pull the rug from underneath this at any point in time. And then all of this time that I spent in here is lost. I don't want that feeling. So I don't know. Free to play, paid. I have no idea. I don't. I monetary is how that goes is not even a thought right now because this is just a passion project. It's just me. I am trying not to spend much money on like everything that I've done to this point, aside from my Claude Code assistant, which I'm not writing this entirely. I'm not vibe coding this. Just for the record, that is not what I'm doing. Um, all of this stuff, like the world generation, I wrote before AI was even a thing. Um, it's there as an assistant to do the grunt work that's boring, but not to write. I'm not going, okay, Claude, I want you to take my game design and make it for me. No, that's not what I want to happen here. I'm doing this little piece by little piece and designing it out by everything. So that's really my only expense right now is that. And I've got an Adobe subscription, but I've had that for years, so that's not new for this. Um, so I don't have any. I'm not investing tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars or anything into making this. I'm just going to make it, and whatever it turns out, great. And if people want to play it, so be it. Will it end up on Steam? Maybe. Um, the first, uh, the way I'm making it, because it's going to be a 2D game. But I'm using Godot, right? And Godot will export to web, Windows, and mobile as well. I'm targeting web initially, not because that's where we're going to stay, but because that is the most restrictive UI for graphics. So if it works in web, it'll work in Windows and mobile just fine. So, but yeah, but as for free paid, I don't know. I none of that's even a thought right now. I'm not looking to make tons of money in like Kickstarter or early access or anything like that. I want to make it, and when I'm happy with it, it comes out. So, um, but yeah, so that's the plan. It's just just a passion project and working through step by step. But yeah, I'm an organized person. I like details. Like with Claude Code, I've set up my Claude files to I am very particular about how I want things done. So these are my just the base instructions for Claude. And this is how I want this to work. These are rules you must follow. This is how I don't want you to just gloss over things or tell me if I'm wrong, and don't make assumptions. If you don't know, say so, right? So um, I have very strict rules on how I want to make this, and I'm going to follow them. Now, can I claim that I wrote base instructions are 50? Yeah, base. This is the base. This is like it's 226 lines. They for this particular one for the project level, they recommend under 500 lines. So we got plenty of room. This is obviously formatted too, right? Like if you look at the actual markdown, it doesn't look as long anymore when you look at the markdown file. But this then references other things, like it references my implementation plan and architecture and my game design document. And then every time I make a bigger decision, I make an ADR out of it. So there's 25 of those. So these have even more detail in them about decisions that were made if it needs to go reference it, right? Um, but yeah, this is just from experience. Like I know from my career in software development for the past, I mean, I've been technically doing it since middle school, but if you want to go back that far, we're talking 30 years. Actual paying job, 2025, somewhere in there. Just from experience, I know if you don't document it, you forget stuff and there's gaps and you just don't, it just doesn't work out as well. So that is one thing I'm using Claude for internally for me, is just to make this documentation. As I come up with the decisions, hey, put that in a document and commit it to Git, please. Um, so I don't forget stuff. I'm not letting AI make any graphics. I'm not letting it make any, like this whole exercise we're doing here. I went out and found I collected mob names from various MMOs and games out there that I thought were relevant to me. Yeah, I had Claude go throw it into a spreadsheet for me, but I went and collected the data. And now I'm going through manually and saying, okay, we're going to keep these. We're going to name this stuff. We're coming up with random names for different elementals. And this is me, my brain. Like I don't want anything in the game content wise to be AI generated. That's no. I don't agree with AI generated graphics and videos and dialogue, and it doesn't feel natural, or doesn't feel, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a word and my brain is fried, so I don't remember what it is at the moment, but it doesn't feel right to me. I don't feel like that is it's not human, it's not natural, it's not creative. You're giving it a prompt and it's deciding it for me. The word is definitely not human, thank God. Um, but yeah, it doesn't feel right. And I don't want AI, especially with graphics and things. I don't want AI using somebody else's creative uh, work and just alter it slightly for my use. That's wrong to me. You're not giving the original artist credit, so I don't want to do that. I'll make it myself. I got my full suite of Adobe stuff here. I will make it myself. I don't care. I may not be great at it, but I'll figure it out and I'll learn. So I've not used Godot before. I will figure it out. I will learn. So that's part of this, is I want to learn that stuff better. So it will be an experience for sure. But yeah. Um, so yeah, so that's as short and skinny as you can get on this. So it's a thing. I've been tinkering with the ideas for this, and a lot of what's in this document I've written down in various notes and Word docs and all kinds of stuff over the years. So it's just kind of coming to a head. I know Python enough, right? I understand the context, how it functions, right? Yeah. So I am not worried about it. And I am using GDScript in Godot because you cannot currently, in the latest version of Godot, export to web with .NET. So I'm not doing that. The rest of it is all in .NET 10, is what the plan is for the rest of it. So if I go and let me kill this. If I go look at all of like the APIs, for example, this is all just .NET 10 stuff. I mean, this is, and that I've used for decades now. So nothing fancy there for me. Not .NET 10, obviously, but .NET. So yeah, no, and I've gone through some tutorials with it. We've where is it? Godot. Um, I've got the client set up, and I did a little testing just to make sure that um, my web communication with my APIs from Godot and then the WebSocket communication worked, and it does. So I just made a quick little thing, but I've read about how the nodes work and how all the how all that works. In practice, have I used it? No, but I'm a visual learner. I'll figure it out. I have an assistant. His name is Claude. He will point me at the right documentation to learn how to do it. Right. That's how I use AI. I give it my problem. It's definitely harder to give a problem to a Google search and get a good answer versus give a problem to Claude and get some better direction. I never take its word, but it gives me better direction, right? Yeah, the ultimate introduction into Godot. Make a game. So with no prior experience to it, but so yeah. Oh, a 9-hour video. When do I have 9 hours? The new ultimate introduction. Is that on you? I'm assuming that's on YouTube. Let's see, just in case. The new ultimate introduction to Godot. The new ultimate introduction to Godot. 9 months ago. That is a 9-hour video. You are correct. Ooh, loud. I'm going to turn that off. All right. Well, I will add that to my watch later list. I am frozen? Look like it. Oh, I wonder if maybe. Oh, okay, cool. Just making sure. It's like, I don't see any dropped frames. Um, I wouldn't put it past YouTube or Twitch to drop anything. So okay, I bookmarked that. I bookmarked. I added it to my watch later list. I will have a look. I did a little reading, like I did. I whenever I do this stuff, I always go to the horse's mouth first. So I went to Godot's own documentation and looked at its intro to stuff, but that only gets you so far, right? So having a practical example to watch and see will probably help. I'm a visual person, so while I may not do their exact examples, at least seeing it will give my brain an idea of what to do. So thank you for that. I will have a look. But yeah, so lots of new. Godot is new for me. I've used Docker before. I have not used Postgres much. I've used more Microsoft SQL Server than Postgres, but Postgres is free. So we're going with Postgres. It's also got some cool features that I like about it over SQL Server. So I can't complain yet. So that's new to me. What else is new on this one? That's really it. Most of the other stuff I've used before, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, I know exactly, and I've seen that too. Like, well, if you go click here and then move it there, words don't tell you crap until you see the picture for what they're talking about. So that totally makes sense. It is a game engine for graphics, so there's likely things you need to see physically and not have it described in words. So that makes sense. So but yeah, no, thank you for the video tip. I will have a watch of that at some point. I got a ways to go before I got to get to it. So in the plan itself, we're in the populating the world, so that's still mostly back end stuff. I don't need a graphics engine for it yet. I did this spike already for just testing my communication between Godot and the application server and APIs, and that all worked out fine. But once I get into core systems, um, I want to get the client API harnesses going, which means I need it to work in Godot. It may not be pretty yet, but I need to make sure that stuff is still working. So I want to understand, okay, what is Godot going to expect when I make these calls? What kind of calls is it going to need to make and not overload it or whatnot? So once I get to this stage, when I start building all of these things, then it's going to be. I want to make sure it's getting built. I don't want to. I don't want to get to all the way down to phase. I think it's 6 in here. Yeah, 6 is when I add the real 2D graphical layer in UI. I should basically be. It should literally be a layer. Like it. I have a crummy looking push this button and it makes this thing happen on a server Godot to, okay, here's the actual UI for it and it does this stuff. So um, I don't want to wait to the very end to learn that what I built doesn't work with a graphics engine. So we're going to do that along the way. Um, so yeah, so that is our. I spelled Limen wrong. I can't believe I did that. I spelled it with an I instead of an E here. Limen is our not mythical, but our thing that is unknown that we have to learn about, the energy and power of the world. It's the thing it's gonna explain all the stuff that you can't explain with real life physics or reasoning, right? So if you die and you respawn, what happened? Well, Lemon reinvigorated your body and brought you back to life. Back at so it's my explanation for everything that doesn't make sense. So, and that's also our investigation and exploration and knowledge layer. As we learn more from exploration, we learn more about how to harness this power and use it for things. Um, so yeah, it's been interesting so far. Never made a game before. I've made a bunch of other types of software, just not a game. So I'm just trying to take it a step at a time. And stream it. Not all of it. I mean, I'm doing stuff offline too, but as I feel like I try to stream 2 or 3 times a week. I have Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays or whatever on the calendar. I probably only get 2 of those in this week. Um, um, yeah, no, I mean, I started streaming on Twitch and YouTube last year, a little over a year ago now, mainly just games, and I got to the point of there's not a lot of games out there that I want to play that are entertaining to watch. So, like for example, EverQuest Legends just came out today. That's not entertaining to watch at all because it's an old MMO. I have a private server for Asheron's Call installed on here. That's not entertaining to watch at all, even when I'm 4-boxing with it. So, um, and there's not really any games coming out anytime soon that were really floating my boat. So I said, well, let's work on our own. So I kind of switched from streaming games to streaming this. And then, like last Friday, occasional rocket launches. I'm a space nerd. Um, so yeah, so we're just doing that now. I've got it on, like I said, I got it on the schedule on Twitch and /YouTube for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I've tried to do all three of those. Sometimes I don't. It just depends on what's going on. But yeah, and for now it is like now I'm not looking to entertain people. If people want to watch and are interested, great. If they want to give input just like you did, absolutely great. I mean, that's why I'm doing it. I'm doing it to share and see if anybody's interested in it. And if it ends up in the end that it's just me playing the game, so be it. But hey, I showed the world how I made it. um, but so yeah, that is the plan. And I'm not entertaining. I try to have fun and laugh about stupid stuff as we're going through here. Like I going through naming creatures. Well, what can we call this thing? And have fun with it, right? But I'm not here to entertain with the game anymore. I'm just here to make a game and share the journey. And another bit of it that I hope comes out of it is like I do have Claude, right? Like that Claude code, I'm using it for things, but I'm not vibe coding. I will never vibe code, but I hate that word. Um, um, so I'm just using it for things like, all right, we are going and work. So here's an example of something that that I recently did with it, is working through some tweaks to how it was generating those land blocks that you saw. And I wanted to, hey, show me exactly what you're doing with populating the world. So I had to say, can you simulate what it's doing block by block so I can see what it's doing when we have a southern land block that exists and nothing else around it. So it made a video of exactly how it's generating that and how it is, but how my algorithm was generating the land block. And I said, well, there's our problem. Is it's when it meets in the middle here at that point, it's the left side doesn't talk to the right side at all anymore. So we added a different thing that now says, all right, don't do that exactly. Like put a little bit of fuzz in there and blend it better. So this kind of thing is what I'm using Claude to do to help find this kind of information, and then document it. Like I can sit there in my head know exactly what I did, but Claude is really good at making this kind of documentation for just technical stuff, right? So I let it do that kind of thing. So, but that's how I'm using Claude. I'm using it to say, okay, I want to do this kind of this little piece. Give me the plan that you would do for it. I will review everything that you're going to do. Okay, now implement it. I will review everything that you just implemented to make sure it's up to my standards and what I want it to do. Make tweaks to it, question things, little bit at a time. That's how I'm using AI. I'm not using it to vibe code. I hate that. So, and everything's going to YouTube. Like I am dual streaming to Twitch. Every time I stream, it's to Twitch and YouTube. And when I do stuff offline, the next stream, I go and just kind of summarize what I did. Like this whole fill order thing I did offline one weekend. I went over it on that next stream. So I'm not streaming and making extra YouTube videos is a lot of work, and then I lose time on actually working on the game. So I will stream it, and then that's my documentation. I'm not gonna For now, I'm not going to make official videos of summaries of things because I'm just not. That's more time than I want to spend on it. But that's the only problem with YouTube side of stuff more people don't. Most people don't do what you did and look for live. Most people are looking for recorded videos of what happened, and I just don't have time to do that. I got a full-time job, plus I want to work on this. So if I do full-time YouTube videos too, I can't work on this anymore. Yeah, no, it may change in the future, but for now, most of the work is already being done on stream. So the the videos are out there. So I think it's a starting point. And maybe as I get further into it and there's more to show than me working on a spreadsheet or me working on an admin tool with colored boxes, and we start getting more of the meat and visuals of the game, then that might merit more videos, right? But I'll play it by ear. I'm in no particular hurry to get thousands of people interested in it all at once. It'll if it happens, it happens. I'll do some stuff in time. Yeah, hopefully I know. And if I don't, again, like I said, it's a passion project. I wasn't looking to make money anyway. I was looking to have fun making a game. So I win either way. Um, Worst case is a good experience, and I make a game that does make money in the future because I've got the experience now. Who knows? We'll see. Um, is there a dark mode? Is the dark mode in Excel just for? I wish there was a dark mode for the actual sheet. There might be somewhere. It's just so bright. But yeah, I have thought about just trying to see if there's a way to make some clips, not clips, but like shortened videos of with a voiceover on it. I mean, obviously, I've got a studio mic and everything here, so I could do that. But I just I'd have to go pull existing YouTube videos and splice it, which I could do. I mean, I've got the Adobe tools to do it, and I've made it before. I've got not Audition, Premiere, so I can make it. I just haven't done it. Office theme, I think, is already set to black, and you said in the View tab. Switch modes. Oh my God, I didn't know that button was there. Thank you so much. I am not blind anymore. That didn't used to be there. Oh yeah. I don't feel like let me pull up OBS here really quick. When that was light mode, yeah, it was very white. Now I'm not white. I'm just natural colored. So, yeah, I much prefer dark mode. I'd so much easier on the eyes. So, thank you twice now. But so yeah, I'll think about videos if there's something to like I've got on YouTube right now on the channel. At least it's on its own playlist. So all of the past videos um, under playlist, there is game development here. Oh God, it's live. I don't want to hear myself. View full playlist. So I've got all the past ones in here since I started. So this was back in May. I originally had a graphic from AI and I switched it to my own recently just because I didn't like going back to my thought about not liking AI graphics. Like, well, I just broke my own rule on the thumbnail, so let me fix that. So I made my own. But yeah, no, I'd only make videos if I felt like it was just to summarize and stuff. And I might do that. I was thinking about, I've broken this up. I have seasons and episodes here. The season is the phase that I'm on in my implementation plan, and this is the episodes, the number of stream into it. And I've thought about going through each season so far, each phase, and making just a summary video of that. Just to summarize, taking the video from here and just talk over it and maybe show some extra stuff that wasn't explicitly shown on stream after the fact, but just to summarize what happened in that phase, basically. And as things go faster, so like if I go back to this implementation plan, that's phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1's pretty boring because it's data schemas. Phase 2 was interesting because of the world generation, and this is populating the world with things and naming stuff, so somewhat interesting. I think when I get down to this, when I start building the systems, I would break these into multiple summary videos. That's what I'm thinking of doing at this point. I just have to figure out what that looks like. So, but that way, if without having to go back and watch hours and hours and hours of videos, I mean, there are 4-ish hours on each of these, but that's a lot. A quick 10-minute summary would be good. Oh yeah, no, 100%. And that's why I would need that put the video out there, and I'd add it to the playlist in the summary section, but it would be an actual video rather than a stream. So YouTube is not great for live what's the word? I'm terrible with words tonight. Discovery. Live stream discovery is not great on YouTube. That's why I stream on Twitch too. Like I've got all this stuff on Twitch, but Twitch doesn't keep VODs for even for I got Twitch Turbo. They don't keep it for more than 30 days or 60 days. So YouTube keeps them forever. But I do think putting a couple of videos out to help summarize this would at least bring attention to it as I go. So I will say I've gotten more new viewers from YouTube than I have from Twitch doing game dev. So it's the opposite of what I was expecting for sure. So I think I do need to put a little bit more effort on YouTube just to make a couple videos here and there. But anyway, what time is it? 8:20. How much? Oh, that's so bright. I need to turn on my little. No, not that guy. Turn it on for. Add site. Why'd you take me here? This was supposed to add it. Dark reader. Turn it on. Oh, there we go. Click that button. There we go. Wikipedia no longer bright white. So yeah. That is what we are doing. And we're just taking it a step at a time. Today is names, and we got lots of names to come up with. And I'm not going to get finished today, but I'm going to try and at least get this bestiary done today. We're almost there. I'm going to roll out all those red ones that we got really quick. There we go. We just got a few left to go. I'm glad we're down from 161 types down to 73. Because again, I got to make graphics for all these. So I need some limitation. Oh, I see. I guess what you're saying now. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can imagine. And I'm not going to sit here and claim any high ground of I'm making a much better game than everybody else is making out there. There's going to be people that or things that I do that are like, what the heck are you doing? It's going to happen. But and I'm not going to claim that I don't have some fantastic graphics from the start either. It's going to improve over time, hopefully. But yeah, no, for sure. The idea is going to be like I said, I'm only streaming at most 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I only stream if I feel like I'm willing to stream what I'm doing right now. Like I don't want to burn out. So That's kind of what a little bit happened with streaming games. Was I it was fun at first, and then I kind of just it wasn't. It just became it wasn't, right? So this is something I can do. Yeah, no, I'm not one to let people say, "Oh, it looks like crap." It's like I don't care. I'm not making this for you, then, right? I don't care if you're saying, like you said, if there's something legitimate that you're saying that, oh, if you did this, it would be so much better, or this is a better way to do that, or this is here's an idea. I'm always open to listen to that stuff. I know I don't know everything, so if somebody comes in saying something that sounds reasonable, I'll listen. I don't have a problem. Just like what we've talked about here. I I don't know you from Adam. Your name is not Adam; it is John. And I'm, but it doesn't matter. You had some thoughts, and we've talked through them, and I appreciate it. So I'm not one of those know-it-alls. I've tuned in some other streams of people writing game dev, and there's there is this aura about some of them that is just like I know everything and I'm the best at it, and I can't stand watching those people. Um, while they might have some skills or talent, or they do have skills or talent that I don't have, doesn't make it interesting for me to watch somebody that thinks they know it all. That just doesn't interest me. Um, so yep, just doing what I do. My job pays me plenty of money to do what I'm doing well. So the only thing they don't pay me to do is make a game. Oh, so you are another late night European person, huh? I'm guessing you're 2:30. That's 6 hours. So you are somewhere in middle of Europe. You're east of the UK because the UK is 5. But I was somebody else. Another person that found me on YouTube as well. They're from in the middle of Europe. They're 6 hours ahead of me too. So I've got that locked down then apparently. Okay, so you're in Hungary then. Okay, gotcha. I'm guessing Hungary's probably got a couple time zones in it, doesn't it? Doesn't it? It's too wide to only be one time zone. Or am I thinking of something else? One time. I'm thinking of, I got to look at a map. I also love looking at maps. I did an 11,500 mile road trip last year, and I love the mapping part of it, figuring out how I was going to get from place to place around the country. Um, okay, maybe it's not that wide then, I guess. It's why it's about the same as like France and Germany in width. Obviously not size total overall, but width is about the same. I don't know why my brain was picturing it wider. Okay. I want to say the other person was Poland. I don't remember. I'm terrible at remembering that kind of stuff. Yeah, no, I mean that's why I'm doing it because I did a little bit of 3D stuff in college, but that was 25 years ago. Um, and I just feel like for the first game, I don't need that extra complexity. 2D is enough complexity. So doing the layers and getting that stuff right is enough right now. I don't need the whole 3D models. And this game doesn't really, I don't feel like it would work with a 3D world anyway. That's not what I'm going for. So, but I'm not a gamer. I mean, I've played games since I was little. I mean, I started off on an Atari. moved up to NES and so forth. Got our first PC in early '90s. Um, I didn't say I got it. My parents got it. And then I've been hooked in computer and programming and games since. So I still play games. I just don't play much on stream anymore. But I'm a software developer. I've went to school for computer science, graduated 21 years ago, but I've had jobs writing software for longer than that. Um, so I've got kind of both. I'm the software developer and I also play games, so I have a lot of gaming experience to draw from when I'm doing this. Like I said, like Asheron's Call was my first MMO, um, and that started in 1999. So I've been around the block when it comes to games. I did stuff back on, see, the first PC we got that actually played games was a 486, Pentium 486, or Intel 486, not Pentium. I have tried VR. I just haven't fell in love with any of them. Um, I also feel like in VR, my dog would hate me now. I wasn't too long ago. I've had people that I know that have I don't know if it's the Quest 2 or it's recent. It's in the recent past couple years, right? It hasn't been that long ago. I just haven't found, and it's not something that intrigues me to something that I want to go buy one and play in. There's not enough games that I play. I'm more of a uh, the games that I play don't really merit VR. Let's just say that. Like they're not all first person type games, right? They're more third person or top down or things like that. Um, they're not really VR games. I'm pretty. You might be able to play WoW and MMOs and stuff like that in VR. It would be weird. There's too many buttons. I feel for those to work. Um, but no, I just never really got into VR stuff. Um, and with my current dog, he would not be thrilled with me doing VR things in the room. He'd be all over me, barking at me, not happy with it. So he's a little attention lover. He needs all the attention. Even when I put headphones on, when I put my nice headphones on for gaming offline and stuff, just to have good sound, um, he's all up in my face. He's like, "Why are these things on your head?" So if I put a VR set on, I might not have legs when it's all said and done. So, but maybe one day. I feel I'm waiting for a game to come out that catches me that's also VR, and I just haven't. It just hasn't happened yet. There's not a game. Well, I think there's some good VR experience that have come out. They're just not games that I play. So, like I know, was it Half Life Alice? That was the game that they came out with. Valve came out with that was VR. Hey, Alex, not Alice. Alex, yeah, that looked really cool. I'm just not a big Half Life person. I'm not a big shooter person. So it wasn't for me. I watched it. I watched people play it, and it looked pretty nice, but just not my type of game right now. I've being older. I'm not into the needing reflexes style of games. I'm just, and I have reflexes. I just like slower, calmer stuff these days. So, um, granted, that's a single player, but you do have to react a little bit, right? So, but yeah, one day maybe. One day it's going to be forced. We're all going to get computer chips and be wearing glasses that's a virtual reality world anyway. So I mean, I'm just kind of holding out on the inevitable. Maybe when I retire and they force it on me, I'll wear it. Might make sense when I retire to have VR to be able to experience things that I now that I can no longer walk. Who knows? Um, those are some of the cool things I do. I think VR is useful for people that are mobile, right? I think that there's some really cool experiences you can get with VR in that respect. Game I most likely play right now. Um, Nothing. I'm just kind of piddling at stuff that tweaks me. I think that the genre of games that interest me are games that have a good loot system. We kind of talked about that earlier, but I like loot. So games that will pull me in will be things like ARPGs. Um, I Path of Exile I've played, Path of Exile 2 I've played, Diablo, Last Epoch, those type of games. Um, I have seen the Minecraft mods for having that kind of loot in the games. I haven't played any of them. I've played plenty of Minecraft. It's not. I have nothing against Minecraft, that's for sure. I can dig like the best of them, but um, I haven't played much on the mine in the Minecraft world. I like MMOs not because I want to be in a guild and do hardcore stuff and party up with people all the time. I play MMOs as solo MMOs. So I like it because those worlds are the worlds that do generally have more loot options, right? Um, but I like the living world. I like feeling if I'm going to play a game like that, I like the fact that there are other people running around. I can tell that, right? That's cool. That's there's a little bit of that in this game that I'm making, in that you're not going to see people running around, but you will be in a shared world. You will be in town. You will see the chat. You will see there will be some ideas I've had is there'll be heat maps to see where people are and where people have traveled and stuff like that. Kind of like having that you're not the only person in the world feeling. um, so though, but it's got to be a good loot game when it comes to that for the MMO stuff. Like I was mentioning earlier, I play I run a private server on my local machine for me only to play Asheron's Call occasionally, just to go back to it since the game has been shut down by Warner Brothers years ago. Um, but private servers have been created to do it, so I've emulators have done that. So EverQuest Legends just started, came out today. I'm got my name reserved in already. I'm ready to go give it a shot. I played a little bit of EverQuest back in the day. This is a soloable version of EverQuest because you have 3 classes in one character now. So I can have a tank, healer, and DPS all in one character and solo the entire game if I so choose. Not to party with a single person, but it's in a living world, right? So that's the same idea. Um, what other games? I'd have to just go. I mean, it just there's other random stuff I'll play. Sometimes I'll play like things like City Skylines or simulator type games, stuff like that, just to chill. Um, I'll play like Sea of Thieves type that type of game, or just stuff that's more calming. I don't have to sit there and be Twitch ready the entire time I'm playing the game and get sweaty. Um, I'm all over the place, kind of, sort of, in a way, but it's just kind of what my mood is at that time. Um, but generally, if there's loot to be had, I'll at least try it, right? Um, but yeah, I don't have a type, I guess, is where I'm going with that. Except for loot, that's really the only property of games that is common between the ones that I play at any length. So, um, so yeah, I'm turning 44 this year, so it's whatever my brain allows me to do after full-time job during the day. So, and then whatever I can do on the weekends. So I don't I back in college and high school and shortly after college when the career wasn't as far along, I had lots more time to do stuff, and that's just not there anymore. All right, have a good evening. I'm not sure if I'm streaming again tomorrow and or Thursday, but one of the 2 days I'll probably stream at least. Um, and we'll go from there. So typically, I said Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I try to stream if I got stuff to do, if I have stuff to show, or I'm feel like doing it right. I've been pretty good on that. I've had a couple days here and there. I've skipped for various reasons. I might skip one this week because I have some early mornings for full time job. But worst case, I do a short stream. But 2 3 days a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are my days. So, and I usually start at 5 Eastern, so that's 11 p.m. your time. So right now until daylight savings screws everything up. So, all right. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in and chatting. Thanks for the information. In a year, maybe in a year, I'll have a game. Later. All right. So let's see if we can finish this out in the next 20 minutes before we call it here. What do we got left? I don't think we need drone swarm because we have drone already. That's just another variant of drone. So let's drop that out. And I don't want human. I mean, the Star Wars type androids weren't all humans either. They were just boxy things at times. You had we have a rogue AI up here already, so we don't need another one. Get rid of that. We're going to have repair drones already. So we have that. War machines are our mechs. We don't need that. We're just ruling a lot of these out. There's just going to be different variations of these, is what this is going to end up being. We're not going to have cyborg because that's humans. The alien thing is not going to be that. We have ancient machines already. These are all duplicates. I don't know why these are all in here twice. That's artificial humans. I feel like most of these are just going to go away machine. I just don't. I think synthetic is just a duplicate of the robot area, so I don't know that we really need any of those. I think these are really the only three we have left, which I actually think belong. We need to come up with our alien species name that we're going to use, which will just go across the board for all of them, and then we just name these guys. So these are Shadow's kind of like Shadow Elemental, but not really. It's more assassiny. And I don't know. I want to go with Shadow more than I like Dark Matter. Dark Matter feels better for the theme of it. Got to be careful what you name that. Void kind of works. We have Void Elemental already. So do we need a shadow entity? Or do we just call it Kinements? Or the void, the Greek word for void. I don't know that we really need this one, now that I think about it, because we'll use that. That'll be our shadowy dark matter void thing. We don't need that. This one I think is interesting though. Dimensional Traveler, like a phase walker portal thing. We call it cake. There is no cake. Um, call it portable. No, that's too silly for it. I thought Demencius, but that's a name from World of Warcraft, and I'd be stealing that. What could we call these guys? Could we could other words go around with like dimensional? What if we did a play on Back to the Future somehow and the DeLorean? Delorious. So I think it's DeLorean. Is that how you spell DeLorean? Or, let's see. Like DeLorean. Nope, that's not how you spell it. The problem with that, that's ugly as hell. Why would I want that? Where's your? You got the right doors, but other than that, that looks terrible. Where's the original one? Um, is that That is DMC. Yeah, yeah. How else could we? Classic DMC. Yeah, that's the classic car there. hmm. How can we fit that in there without ripping it off too obvious? We get DMC in there somehow. There's no vowels in that. It makes it really hard. But it could be something that ends in a D with a Mick, like uh, bad McRib. But that doesn't work. Uh, DMC squared. I hate to put a special character on on me because that's asking for rendering issues or people's fonts not supporting it in a foreign language or something. Uh, What other stuff in Back to the Future could we use? Flux capacitor. Ah, ha, ha. Fluxing, fluxing captive. Or just like just flux. I don't even put the cap part on there. Capac flux cap. Hmm. It feels like that's some form. One or both of those words could work. Um, Fluxitor, capacitor, fluxitor, flux. Nope, fluxitor. So the capac is not in there, but iter is there. So fluxitor. Could do something like that. So then we just need a name of our aliens. And this can be completely random. Want to get Alf's name in there somewhere just because he is an alien life form. And I feel like it'd be funny to have that as a little hidden Easter egg for the name of my dog in our alien species name. What could we do? How do we get his name in our alien species? And this might be just something I have to think about and come back to because I don't know I'm going to come up with that in 11 minutes. We'll think here for a second. But so that's great. I mean, that's a lot of good there that we did not have. We got rid of a bunch. So we're down to, that did not do what I wanted to do. Undo. Filter by color automatic. Thank you. We're down to 64 from 161. That's much more manageable, and not everything is like an incredibly weird thing to make. I think we got a good cross section of things. We've got fleshy, humanoid-ish things that aren't too humanoid. We've got a normal beast and creatures. We've got some strange monsters and ghosts and haunted things. We've got all our elementals. We got some big things, the big golems and sentinels and colossuses. Colossi probably is the plural of that. We got robots. It's a small list, but it will be a lot of variants of those. We've got some strange little creatures, a chronivore and a fluxator. And then we have our alien species that we will come up with a name for. That if I can somehow get Alf's name into that, it'll be great. I don't want to just call it Alf because that's weird. It doesn't fit at all. But if I can get the 3 letters in there somehow, that'd be awesome. But I'm going to think about that one. I don't have something good off the top of my head for that right now. So we've got that. We've got the other things we have to come up with are probably not as hard. I do need to come up with my skills list. I think that might be step 1 because that's less having to come up with names than it is just what skills are we going to have. Item types are going to kind of fall into what those skills is. I don't necessarily have to come up with that right off the bat. Let me rename this one prefixes / suffixes. I don't remember what that is. NPCs, regions, and settlements. So NPCs are more names, like human names, because that's all our. But most of our NPCs. We might have some other oddball NPCs. I just need a pool for the randomly generated ones. I think there's going to be some that will be different that we'll come up with, but we just need a pool of names. Same with regions and settlements. These are more city territory names. We just need to come up with the regions all have to be unique. The settlement names can be a list that can be reused over time in different regions. But we need to make sure regions are always unique. So that's going to be an ongoing list that we keep up. And that one might be more things where we look back at the naming ideas here, where we have alfalfa sprouts, not the name of them, but alfalfa sprouts 27, and then we have another alfalfa sprouts 29. And maybe that's what we do. I know when I originally implemented this, it was the region can be used once. maybe instead of it being a bit, so like if we look at the region list right now, I don't think I have it up here anywhere. Select star from regions. I don't know that this is the right one. What has a name here? So there's this. Oh, there's this regions. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to probably redesign this. I think this is okay. But what I originally had set up was it was not going to. So in the world, we have regions, which was going to get populated with a whole bunch of names that it was going to be, say, is in use or not. I think I'm going to change this to be more like settlements, where in settlements, there is a name, right? But that name comes from a pool in here of settlement names, and they will get reused, right? And there's a use count on them. Currently int 4. That's 4 bytes. That's what that is. So that's 32 bits. So that's fine. We're not going to have 2.1 billion of a single settlement name. But do the same thing here for regions and then just name it region, the region name dash, and whatever the use count is for creating that region. There'll still be a plethora, if you want to put it that way, of region names. Some say it's 50, but they're all going to get used equally. Like I will weight it so it always picks the one that's used the least before it goes on, before it reuses another one, right? So there will be a lot of different region names, and you'll get out to 1. Now I'm in 2. Now I'm in 3, or whatever. And that way, I don't have to infinitely come up with names. That sounds like a horrible life to live. So I think we changed that. Let me come in here, and this is going to be a to-do on this, even though it's not, I guess it still is populating the world, but change regions to work like settlement. I think NPC names are the same way. We have NPC types. And a name, the name pool is inside of this, so that we could specify certain name pools for that. So I think the name pool is going to be the same thing, is it'll be a name with a count on it. I don't think it's defined that way right now, but that's what we want to work like settlements, where the names can be reused. And do the same in the definition of the NPC name pool column. Then when we reuse a name, we can add a number to the end of it. It knows exactly what I'm going to do. For example, we have a region called the Shire, and we have an NPC called Bob in that region. We can have name Bob 2, and that, well, not Bob. No. I don't think we do it for the NPCs, though. For settlements or regions, not NPCs. Use the same name again in a different region. This will allow us to have multiple settlements. We add the number at the end, like Bobland 1, Bobland 2, or Bobland 3, and so on. This will allow us to reuse names, not have to come up with new ones all the time. We can also do this for NPCs if we want, but we still want to. No. We just want to go to here. Okay. So that's what we want to do. And that way I can not have to come up with names out my butt constantly. I can come up with some smaller list to fill in regions and settlements. NPCs, we'll come up with some names. I'm starting to think on the names for NPCs. Maybe the name of the type is added after the NPC. Well, the thing is, there's going to be times where it's not always that way. So maybe the NPC, instead of being a name pool here, we have a separate NPC name pool outside of this table. But then there's a naming options where it says just use name, or maybe it could just be bits too. Just use the name for the NPC that it picks, or use the name, or have a format that's like name the blank, like tack the name on in front of this suffix or after this prefix, right? Just to give it like Bob the blacksmith, right? Like be able to do that with it and not have to just be Bob. Hi, Alf. What are you looking at? You're weird. I think we do something like that. That way, again, we have a single name pool, not this JSON-B thing. I think we do that too. So let's change that little bit really quick. For NPCs, we should also, let's get rid of this thing. We should get rid of the name pools column on the NPC type table and just add an NPC name pool table like settlements and regions will now have. Then on the NPC type, have a name format column. The adjective noun, yeah. To do things like Bob the blacksmith or Fancy Bob, where Bob is replaced by different names. Yes, for name. And that kind of gives a little bit of randomness there too. So I think that works. So if we do that, I think that's a good way to not have to come up with infinitely many names and there'll still be some uniqueness to things. Yep. It's kind of reducing scope a little bit. That it's more code, but it's reducing scope in that this stuff doesn't take over my life in names. Like I can come up with 50 names in both of these and we'll be good for a while and it not seem weird, right? I don't need to come up with 3,000 names. So that's going to help. And that's just stuff I can just pull random names. I can go out to the like babynames.com. I'm sure that exists or something and just get common baby names that don't look like standard, not even common, just baby names that aren't common and use those for it, right? So we might need male versus female specified as well. The NPC name pool will need to specify the gender. Yeah. I hate pulling gender into this because even for the player characters, it's like I don't want to step on people's feelings by only having male and female. That's like insta cancel these days. not to laugh at it, but it's just it is complicated. It's not as easy as it seems to add extra genders to a game. Um, I mean, I could probably do male, female, them, like she, they. I don't, he, him, her, them. I don't, whatever those the three main pronouns are, like the male, the female, and the don't identify as male or female, right? Um, I think I'd be okay with that. I could see doing that. What is it officially? Well, we'll just say by gender. Specify the gender of the name. He. It does. He, she, they. Okay, it is they. I just don't know the official things that. And then it's him, her, them. I think, right? So, and we'll do the same thing with building it. You can pick though one of those three. You can make yourself look however you want. You can say you're a she and look like a they or a he. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care. But I gotta have something to drive what the caricature of the NPC looks like. And I'm only so good of an artist. So okay. So yeah, so the only thing left to do on this one is figure out what we're gonna call our alien species. Oh, that came from. That's right. I did pull war. I knew there's another game. I pulled Warframe into this too. Okay, just going with a name for it. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, well, I think that's a good stopping point for the night. Think about a name for our alien species, and then we've got a plan for how we're going to name NPCs, regions, and settlements without having to come up with thousands of names. And I have a plan to go pick names by hand out of the baby name book for NPCs. Regions and settlements, that's another story, but I mean, I could also just get a list of cities in the world and then modify them slightly to sound more futuristic, right? Um, we can do that. I'm not going to get AI to do it. I'm just going to go look at lists myself and pick them. Because then I'd have to say AI actually generated content for the game. It generated my list of region names. Nope, don't want that. I want this to be me. So cool. I think we got a good start here. This was going to be one of the harder things for me to figure out, and I'm glad it's done. So now we're going to get some other stuff done, and we'll be able to move on with starting to implement some of these things. So cool. Alrighty, well, thank you all for watching. If you watched this whole stream, I know we talked earlier with John about not not the John we play games with, but the new John about potentially making some summary videos. I'll probably think about that a little bit as for summarizing phase one and phase two slash season one slash season two. Pulling some bits out of those videos and summarizing it and voiceover or something, right? Something like that, just to get a real video out there that's not a stream that maybe gets some more YouTube engagement. So, all right. Well, that's going to do it. I'm thinking about tomorrow and Thursday. One of the 2 days I will stream. I'm leaning Thursday. But I'm not 100%. It might be tomorrow and then I don't do Thursday, or I might do both. We'll see how I feel like doing stuff. So, we will talk to you on the next one. Have a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Talk to you later. Bye.